There we go. Had to fix a couple things. Can you hear me now? I didn't have any time to test anything because I literally walked in the door at 4:57. I was scrambling. All right. All right, Kenji, get your ass back on the moon. Let's go. Oh, all right. So the exit, so it's not there. Guess it's outside. This way. Gotta go straight through the building. Or around the building. Oh, guess I'm leaving Kenji behind. Quest is out this way. Why'd you bail, Kenji? I'm already here. Oh, you're behind on the quests? What quest are you on? It should be in Shadow's Wake. Really? Sure, update Firefox, fine. Can't even open the internet. Wrong thing. Give me this. YouTube. Not YouTube. Dang. Well, actually, I kind of want to open my stream over real quick. Get the tab. I didn't even hardly had time to prepare for this. There we go. And open up the quest list. See what our goal is today. Oh, okay, so you're on the same quest I am. You just went a little ahead of me, so you're ahead. Alright, accept. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share. You see, I sensed others arriving not long ago. Though my communions with Heidelin have grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know that these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. Now I go over there. Alright. So we're on the same quest. You're just ahead, an objective or two or whatever. We are on... Shadow's Wake. Let's see if we can make it to Vanaspati today. Probably not, but hopefully. Yeah. And then we gotta inspect a bunch of crystals. Alright. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the Tempered before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent's healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mistress Kryl also hath also been delivered unto their care, serving as a conduit for Heidelin's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. As for Alphino and Alizé, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters have already come to a conclusion. But what manner of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this the ally whom Heidelin bade you seek out? He is not unlike the shades of Amarat. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Heidelin, together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiark. Or rather, it was my duty. Then Zodiark is no more? Yeah, killed him. Lucky was there, she only died like 5 times. And not without consequence, I am afraid. For now the delicate weave of the star, preserved by his presence, will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the final days, you shall have need of... Are you alright? My attempts to forestall Zodiark's release have all but exhausted my strength. If you might allow me to rest a short while, I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on your account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? By all means, if you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor? I shall leave that to you, Magnanimous, while I see what can be gleaned from the crystals at on these lower levels. Alright, up we go. As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiark flows through your mind. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. They appear to be records of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to the beginning of Zodiark's imprisonment. Alright, let's go to another one. And for a long time, nothing happened. About this one. As you gaze into the crystal, maintaining... The records describe how with each Joining Zodiark's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiark's imprisonment appears to tax Heidelin greatly. But again. Records describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiark broke free from his prison. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly by Loperates, though it is not clear who or what they are. Alright. Records note the Watcher's musings when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiark from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize we would never bring harm to Zodiark so long as he remains imprisoned. Alright, time to turn this here. Did you learn anything of import? Just basically what we've guessed. So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the seventh Umbral Calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Heidelin. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Heidelin's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined. He's out there creating celestial bodies. I thank you for allowing me this short reprieve.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiark and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single world, Atheris. One day, from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, affecting a pronoun change in all manner of life. Mr. Chewy Bitems attacked. We were not exempt. Our creation magics ran rampant, giving shape and form to thoughts of hopelessness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, so very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
They were not. However, the convocation struck upon a method to predict where the next corruption would manifest. The etheric energies which flow through all of creation in the form of various currents. The currents which course through the land and seas. The current, those which flow through the very air. And those of a celestial nature which encompass both our star and this moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Their invaluable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. Like the terrestrial ones of earth and air, the celestial currents form a vast network, but the ethereal distribution is not consistent. The convocation soon realized that the inciting incidents occurred in regions where the flow was weakest. Correlation without clear cause, ultimately. Nevertheless, on a closer study, a stagnancy of ether was observed in nearby currents. So wherever the energy's weakest gets hit first.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Precisely. With the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed, there was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation, but their aim was to never to unmake him. They understood the continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until we could identify and address the underlying cause of the final days, he would need remain, for his departure would set in motion those apocalyptic forces once more. Hydaelyn recognized this as well, and so rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiac herself and the star into lesser reflections, that she might confine him in this place. Could have sworn she beseeched me to banish the darkness. Perhaps she did, but as with all beings, intent is not always in accord with spoken word. She told you what you needed to hear to get you here. Hydaelyn and Zodiac are both constructs of man, approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Zodiac was, without question, the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half of Theris's population. Thus was it necessary for Hydaelyn to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still more effort was needed to confine him. Maintaining the brands taxed her greatly. With what power she dared spare, she cried out to any who might listen, and offered her blessing to those who would heeded her call. Maintaining the brand... Oh, wait, I already read that. There we go. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of Aetheris and her history. Like Zodiark, Heidelin's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wish to look to the future and not linger in a prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her?
By my
How many
math,
more
about 6
souls
more.
living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Heidelin is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
The nomenclature is more fitting than you know. Bring ruin to the source, and its reflections will share in its fate. He's worried about rain. Ah, it is ready. This way, if you would be so kind. A beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is it?
Heidelin knew better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she has ever struggled to hold Zodiark and his faithful at bay. She feared the worst, so made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. The moon is more than a prison. It is a vessel capable of bearing the people of Aetheris to safe harbor. Alright, so the moon's a spaceship. Got it. You need not go far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them. And fulfill my final duty as Watcher in the dark. That's no moon! Alright. We accept this quest. The time has come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of the Merlimatorum where Zodiark was imprisoned is not so easily traversed. However, let us call upon Argos, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. As Heidelin created me as jailer, she too So too did she create Argos as the guard. In his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange, mayhap the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand, and attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you will find your way. If he labors in service to Heidelman's plan, I see no reason to not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for the crushing brand, then? Alright. Frank's over here pissing off the local wildlife. Okay. Yeah, we'll go around this one. The place we seek is just ahead, at the Fluorophosgrot. As you see, Argos cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient ether. You'd be hard-pressed to find a greater confluence than inside this cavern. Follow me. I can do that. Yes, here will do nicely. The lunar sponga will draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for Argos to manifest. Might you be willing to spare some of your own to help the spawn go along? Yep, that time it was me. They tried to stop me. Alright, the magic dog is back. Argos manifests in a flash. He seems glad to see you again. The most fascinating creation of Heidelman. Wouldn't you not agree? Should the need arise, he is even able to create reflections of himself on a whim. Though I assure you, it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brand. No, Argos was quite eager to be at your side then, as he is now, it seems. I cannot recall when last he showed such an affinity to anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more of than a sense of duty that compelled him to aid you before. As for your companions, unexpected but greatly appreciated. I believe we are all ready. And let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. Get grossed out by the dog. The dog. It's existing. Frank don't like long-haired dogs. Your destination is the structure there across the Cradle of Darkness. But climb on to Argos's back. He will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from slumber in the event of Zodiark's destruction. Heed their counsel. Together, you may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. This is where we part ways. But know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Our allies' assurance is notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did not all go at once. I propose you two cross first, while Thancred and Urianger wait. The two of us cross first, while Thancred and Urianger wait here. And Ishtola says onward. Malefic ether yet permeates from the crater. Remnants of Zodiark, most like? Just a little further. This structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Amoritine. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let us head inside. Oh? Most intriguing, a means by which he conserveth energy, mayhap. Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account, helpful as he's been. Thank you, Argos. We'll take things from here. If Argos is to remain without, let us not keep him waiting over long. Onward we go. Is it not letting you skip? Yep, spinning like a K-blade. Oh, he's gone. Oh, it says he's back here. He was just right here. Oh, you'll be back in a second. Oh, you assumed you'd have to ride the dog again. The dog's waiting out here. It can take us back, though, if we need it to, but... Such suspenseful music.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
That's what all the characters are like. The look on their faces says, what the f- What the fuck?
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Etheris to safety! Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Tancred doesn't like this. I am in agreement. They must be the Loporrits mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave that rousing speech was their leader, that we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on, let us be about it. You. The leader of the crew, not me. I'm afraid Singing Way's the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest, cleanest air for the people of Aetheris, and that's a promise. They're actually rabbits. Leader? No. Sleeping Way. My job is... perhaps I'd better ask. I mean, just get the clue from this quest here. It's called a hairy situation. Because Koji couldn't lay off the damn puns. But rabbits are also called hares. Called H-A-R-E. Haven't you ever read The Tortoise and the Hare? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Were you the one giving orders earlier? Me? Oh yes, of course. As the only one around here capable of doing anything properly, it falls to me to take charge of the others. Well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it. Is this all of them? A group comprised entirely of children? What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all, though perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter. You needn't worry about your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, we shouldn't be standing around gawping. I must take you to meet the others. If you could run along back towards the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform up on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing ball at the center. If you should find yourselves lost, I shall gather the others and meet you there. Well then, back to the upper floor it is. Yep. Yeah, true. Take me to your leader. Is that what you said? Alright, we got some driving to do. Top floor, this way.
is Living Way, and we are the Lotharics, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Aetheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Living Way's the name, map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Aetheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further.
They still think we're children.
Here, we have Aetheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Aetheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Aetheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Aetheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star! Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Who's being left behind and why is it the Moogles?
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we
It's
have ever
obvious why it's the Moogles. But the Lalafels too.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Heidelin herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it? Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Oh. Let me finish that. There we go. Next. Right then. Now that you're here, we need you to teach each of us. Teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. If it won't be long before the final days are upon us all, in their terrible grandeur, and so it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste. And address it we shall. Here at Bestway's Bureau, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced a myriad of amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living. I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you've all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me at the Caratorium, and we'll see about filling our bellies. She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Aetheris rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Loperates and this vessel. Down we go. Oh, down we go again. Woo! Splat. You get 1 hit point. You get 1 hit point. I'll be back for that. I forgot the aetherite in the middle of the area here. It'll have me cross that room again eventually and go to the east wing of this place. Welcome to the Caratorium. Here we create prototypes of the various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production. Cookingway, pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many, many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we receive. Why, I practically worn the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we've all considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up. And we're all quite famished. Hop along to the platforms here and you'll find storage unit full of bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Alright, let's see what kind of food these rabbits have. Up we go. You open the storage crate and find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots. Or I'll go with the unassuming orange carrot. Prone to tip, no scratches or blemishes mark this immaculate specimen. Nevertheless, if not for its excessive length and girth, one might think it was an ordinary carrot. Second thought, you elect simply to take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it should be prudent to ask Cookingway whether it's safe to eat first. Show Cookingway the carrot. So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Here, I grabbed this one. Ah, yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. Eat the carrot. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. There is a satisfying crunch as you sink your teeth into the orange skin, and a warm, tingling sensation runs down your spine. With the second bite, a wave of euphoria washes over you, and you drown in bliss. Alas, you finish. The elation fades, leaving you with a desperate craving for another carrot. What'd you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes? The carrot of happiness is full of bursting with nutrients and is guaranteed to leave you feeling satiated. It's a staple among us lopperates. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. I can certainly see demand for this in Charlan. Charlan, what in the blazes is that? I take it you two had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else? If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine of Aetheris? Surely you are aware that we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so I imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. And so we decided, rather than divide our resources, to prepare a variety of middling, potentially unsatisfying meals. It would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but men cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare carrots in other ways, but our primary concern was efficiency. And what's more efficient than sinking our teeth into a carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue, you know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. After we received a great tomb of words, a dictionary that is, from your collaborators, we learned your language. Adverbs, gerunds, present continuous verb conjugations, just the basics. Then we found terms related to our given tasks and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Wherefore didst thou deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. Thou seest. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Aetheris as well, you'd be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear that there is naught but carrots on the menu. Just use both of these, so it opens that inventory slot. I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. Pick that guy up. Alright, there we go. No. This place has some interesting battle music. Here we are, the apparel production station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task, creation magics. Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the self-same affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and you know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra bids we needed. How resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You'll also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume. This has also been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest. I gotta go this way. I'm allergic to all this rabbit bullshit. I probably should have drove here, jeez. Now here's the stairs. These. Ah, it's you! One of the visitors from Aetheris. Goodness me, Mapping Way wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Oh, right. We're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? An outfit that embodies my bloodlust. Let's try that. Embodies your what? This will only take a moment. What the level 1 bullshit am I wearing? There we are, all finished. A perfect fit if I do say so myself. I'd be lying if I said I understand what bloodlust is, but I assume it's something you enjoy. I made certain the clothes are flexible yet sturdy enough to endure, whatever it is you plan on doing while wearing them. Would you look at that? Speechless! And here I thought you may not like it. If you have a mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. I have to wear these garments to proceed. Alright. Guess I gotta go over here. Dressed like shit. I just want to let you know this outfit sucks. Ah, no one said you'd be coming. How can I help you? You wish to try my clothes, really? Of course, it'd be my honor. Do you have anything in mind? I'm looking for clothes with an altogether different design. I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do. It's basically the same thing. Oh, my best work yet. You're a strange one, aren't you? I honestly wasn't sure what to do when you didn't ask for anything specific. I take my work seriously, however, and am never one to disappoint. But that ensemble is a blend of concepts from myriad professions. All-purpose attire for modern man of Aetheris. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Would you go and show Living Way? I'm sure she's eager to see what we've come up with. Yep. Alright, that was horrible. Why, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. You needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon and witty elaborates in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same, having sampled our creations. Sorry to have kept you waiting. They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we returned. Verily, 'tis an ensemble most becoming. I think it's past time we return these clothes. I was so confident our governments would meet with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that, in his time, everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. But we thought we could appeal to modern tastes by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Aetheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. It is clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my taste, even if it is of an inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience, rather than make assumptions for the whole. You must consider the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery, thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree, but people who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know they shouldn't. As one such formal fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We are born of Heidelland's love for Aetheris and the salvation of the people on that star. That star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. I suppose you're right. Living Way, might we have leave to explore Bestway's burrow unattended? You have given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Aetheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Aetheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clear we've made a mess of things. Oh, but wait, you still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is, I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. I think it's how they dressed in Final Fantasy IV. I think this is battle music from Final Fantasy IV. Go attune to this real quick. I have yet to do that. And we're on to the next quest objective. You're here, you're really here. Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you? Magnarmus Darkblade, eh? Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, Magnarmus, we'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area whenever you're ready.
Ready in the teleporter.
Oh, he's got that voice.
Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I'm terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Because the Loporits are comic relief. That's why the cartoon sounds. They are the C-3PO of this story. Or the Jar Jar. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. Shame you couldn't see it, though. You would have really liked it. It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this far longer than I'd care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many people of you, and many of you, as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that, but one thing we all agreed upon is that the people of Atheris wouldn't take action themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop on at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of places worth seeing. You already had a look around the Caratorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me. You getting in, Frank? There you go. Alright. Going down. Alright, here he is. Good, you're here. Through this door's the greatest End's Vale. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you'll ever see. Well, we understand the people of Atheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain? This way. Stroll, we're going for a drive, because that's a long walk. They made a techno forest. I don't want any. That's frickin' right. Alright. What did you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant? Simply sublime? I couldn't see the forest or the trees. Pulling my tail, aren't you? The forest. You're in the forest right now. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, the place produces air just as clean as you'd find in the forest of Aetheris. The fountain here behind us is powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent in making the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say its unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself. Alright, got a slash stretch. There we go. That's the spirit! I feel more relaxed simply by watching you. A sight worth the many years I've spent building this place. I think you typed the wrong slash, Kenji. If it's not too much to ask, it's always been a dream of... Still the wrong slash. You need the one that's by the question mark. This one. If it's always been a dream of mine to walk through this forest with someone from Aetheris, could we maybe? Alright, anyway. Let's go. You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. Alright. Wrong way's following me. Let's go. Drag the rabbit through the woods. Do you have any wolves in here? I hear wolves like rabbits. They're like friends with them or something. I was thinking, Magnarmus, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiark, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Heidelin gave us her first task. Furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Heidelin shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done, 6,000 years give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. May come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? And it certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, one of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was that brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt, when that bizarre red satellite sent up from Aetheris, the Alligans mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiark, and all we could do is stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell how relieved we were when Heidelin informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, that was such joyous humming that day. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they're massive crystals and not trees. I'll give you a hint. The golden rings emanating from the glowing sphere. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed to the near the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do better even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees. We have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest is truly is the greatest. All right, next one. This was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion systems and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit to purpose, which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about present-day people of Aetheris. Why not go and visit Aetheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Heidelin. Fearful we may lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people on Aetheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. Last spot. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Heidelin would find someone who would help us. She did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak with them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens, a means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us even from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you would like Greatest Ensvale, I knew it! Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. There you are. I take it you've already received a grand tour. A shame we missed it. Growingway, I've been looking all over for you. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I'll be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can't imagine why you'd need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you all are more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now come along, Growingway. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? They spent 12,000 years preparing for this. With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities, or means to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There's another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, that will not be necessary, if you will excuse me. Alright, here we go. It's clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of Atheris is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I am not alone in my reticence. Did Urianger seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? Istola and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him. Alright, to the designated location. Get in the car. Alright, let's go. Final days were upon us. I don't know. Yep, those final days. Hey, but that guy from Bowser Vids now, he can go to the moon and get far, far away from Shift Manager Dave's judging Emerald Eyes. There he is. We gotta follow him. Alright, he's heading towards the entrance. Let's go. We'll soon find out. Destinating? Going out the door. Gotta hide behind shit so he doesn't see us. Let's hide under this, behind this rock that Argos is. Oh, wrong button. Ah, made it. On my screen, he totally caught Frank. Oh shit, he caught me there. I thought he turned. I gotta redo it. He caught both of us. We both got busted. Alright, do it again. Alright. Okay. Just gonna... I know he doesn't turn around. Gonna just wait right here. I'm just gonna chill right here. He turns around like 3 times. I think I'm good now to move up here. Alright. I think we just got too close. You can stay right here for now. I think he's gonna turn around when he crosses the bridge. Yep, there it is. He's turning. Alright. He didn't catch me. He caught Frank, though. Alright, I'm over here. I'm just gonna stay behind this rock for now, because I think he's gonna do it. Getting down. Another rock. You gonna do it again? Alright, I made it. Now Frank is behind that rock. Frank was too trigger happy indeed. I mean, he is playing Machinist. Okay. Did you make it this time? Looks like you made it this time.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? my capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity. When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
As Urianger struggles with the trolley problem. Have faith in yourself and your decision. Take heart and protect those you can.
Sage counsel indeed.
We're not going back to the trolley city.
I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm.
Keep
Curious
Jarek
that you
out of
should
this.
think me in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. It would be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers.
Important question.
A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears and her bugger all! No matter. We've got our
Here I
plans.
was thinking about riding my bicycle to work tomorrow. Alright. I'll do that. In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of my own. A plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May, I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone. That failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and open heart. Oh, it would take me like an hour and a half to get home. It would be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, and so I ask, wouldst thou join me in mine endeavor? I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long way from Bestway's Burrow. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, and I nevertheless believe we are of one mind and are desperate in our desire to save the people of Aetheris. To make clear our resolve to the Loporrits, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. Something that just so happens to be on the moon. I actually meant bicycle, yes. But I'll do it next week, I hope, if I find another not rainy day. An abundance of sponge joy. Excellent. I chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiark's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the Numau, I believe these shall suffice for a gift I would fashion. The magic requireth considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand at watch while I perform the incantation? Alright. Get over here and destinate. Boom, boom, one of these, one of those. It's dead. There's more. Oh, wait, there's more! There we go. Destinate again. Surveying the nearby area, you see no sign of potential threats. He remains fixated at his work. There, 'tis done. A magic ink, every ounce of efficacious as that crafted by the Numau. Rare is the occasion I would conjure mine own, but is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is admittedly possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Loporrits will appreciate. Magnarmus Urianger, oh thank goodness, I thought you had been eaten, or perhaps fallen into a crater. Istola has been looking all over for you, Magnarmus. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent, dire even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Magnarmus alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Urianger. But worry not. It just so happens we need your help with an errand, delivering a package from the Watcher's place to Bestway's Burrow. It is quite large and heavy. Perhaps even too heavy for we poor lopperates, and we would be even ever grateful if you could lend us a hand. How about an extra pair of hands before I go meet with Lashola? No, that won't be necessary. Arianje's help should much more than suffice. And I sure don't want to risk getting on Ishtola's bad side by keeping her waiting. She seems prickly. Now off with you. Worry not, Magnomus, I shan't be long. Here we go. Do the faster way. Little glint of betrayal. There he is. Get him! Magnarmus, we thought you would be away for far longer. A dire emergency? I said no such thing, but as you are here, I could use assistance with one small matter. Runningway, a companion of Growing Ways, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name and refuses to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there anywhere he's likely to stop and rest? Or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? But what's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here and maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice, and no, well, if it's really that important, you can try using these balls of moose flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Runningway's other notable feature is his incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd, and when you do so, try lobbing our balls at him. Rude, but if it proves effective, he was here in the Greatest Endvale when last I saw him. Let's split up and find him. Are they playing at Ziggs right now? I have said their home bar. Alright. Where is he? Where is Runningway? Got him. Good old days right upstate. Oh, okay. Ow, that smarts. This is meant to be a joke. It isn't funny. Yes, I'm Runningway. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of moose flesh? See what you did there with the wording? I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. Ah, that's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the Great Voyage. It's true that Hydaelyn did impart us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other lopperate around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, when they better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry, I couldn't be of more help, but there's nothing else. I've work to do. And I'm off. Ishtola says. I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare? Oh, I found him. He knows nothing. So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growing Way? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. Oh, and on an unrelated note, what of Urianger? I assume you spoke with him earlier. But he did say did he say when he'll be returning? On his way to the Watcher's Palace with Livingway. Between Growing Way's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, mayhap our time would be better spent lending Urianger a hand. But what? Now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives, yes. That's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. They're trying to keep me away from Urianger. Oh, what to do, what to do. I promised Livingway I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect the Loporrits are up to something, but if there's aught to be learned of the final days, I think it's best we play along, for now at least. Alright, let's go! We can come back for those later, Frank. We got a mission to do. Where's that teleporter again? I think that's it. Try this over here. Nope, there's no button to hit to go to the second floor. Alright, up the ramp. Prove it. Oh. It's the other way. That's the teleporter? Nope, that's not the teleporter. And up we go. Alright, almost there. I just gotta go straight towards him. Maybe run him over with the car, cause, killed a wabbit. The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key. Growing Way, enough. If you have aught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did you yourselves not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Atheris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's Livingway's game. Run us all about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Urianger. He understands what is at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us, Crowingway. Never have we decried the notion of using the moons as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Atheris and her reflections to their doom. If there's any way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. If the people of Atheris will escape here to the moon, they'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but I can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let us reconvene where Argos awaits outside. Alright, here we go. That it? Oh, come on, don't make me waste this. Ah, 3 more showed up. Ah, you made me waste it. What the hell? Is it because I left the circle? Oh, I think it's because I left the circle, isn't it? Fine, I'll stay in the circle. Do it again. There. Defeated him. I got to kick their asses twice. All because a toe went out of bounds. Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Urianger.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Aetheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of Fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And living way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's Compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
Flower, how came it into your possession? How very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions which remain a mystery even to us. In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
Yeah, I kind of kicked his ass.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Atheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
It was obvious all along.
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Be right back. Then we'll continue. Alright, we're back. Whew. Anyway, let's finish up this quest. 'Twas a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done. But gladly do I embrace this duty, even if I doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, in all our fellow scions. When I next return to Atheris, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits. Alright. Returning home. With the Loporrit's and Uriange's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. You already talked to Ashtola there? Because we're leaving. To the Nether Gate. Alright, if you make it here, you're dead. Alright. Oh. No. Alright, proceed through the Nether Gate. Oh yeah, we're in instanced areas. Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where or in what matter the final days will begin to manifest, so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed. Though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into panic. Not that anyone is in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first, to Camp Broken Glass. To Camp Broken Glass. Alright. All the way over there, huh? And Lucia says, "It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, you might tell us what's become of Garlemald in our absence. We succeeded in subduing the Tempereds inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here. We have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are, understandably, hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for a treatment. With the assistance of your fellow scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until after patients have recovered. Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alizé's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. So Julius is still alive. In light of recent developments, we have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald. Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance and keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For a mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thavnir. Those who were trapped within have been rescued and receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instruction in magics needed to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porksea affords her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those of our comrades, near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered has been completed. Lucy and I will remain, along with a small force to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for the recent events here, so what of the moon and the Telophoroi? Final days, gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of your troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We'll also release your fellow scions from their present duties, that they may return to Charlayan. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow scions, you'll be happy to hear that Mistress Kryl, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldessian Annex and given into Taharu's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiark, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first we wish to ask you if you believe there is merit in doing so. If you're expecting a trail, an admirable but futile endeavor. Mayhap you're right. And I suppose if anyone is to hunt him down, it must be you. Who else could even hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has been made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. And Daniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's not but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you any longer. I pray you safe passage back to Charlayan. Well, Xenos is on his own. Back to Charlayan. Baldusian Annex. There we go. Welcome back, Magnarmus. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Heidelin called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. And when I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether, so exhausted in fact I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's wariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this, though we prevented Zodiark from being unleashed upon the world. I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. Into the main hall. Another meeting here. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Arion J be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid. The Magnarmus can explain why better than I. In long story short, we're fucked. The final days, as befell Amarat. We are to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflections? I have no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. How do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarat, the solution should be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiark, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amoratines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we have found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. There is still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amaratine's creation magics. We command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past and thereby some semblance of the plan. Perhaps we should start with the form, then, having worked with the Loporrits in secret all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I have urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside. Some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out. One way. Find out. Rabbits. It's what's for dinner.
Order, order, I say.
Oh. I was wondering why I wasn't going.
I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Charlium, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly.
A public assembly?
You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The End-Bearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Oh, now they won't be force choked if they try to talk.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children, and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the Great Exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Otters.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
And off they go.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Take your time.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done, that we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
To tomorrow. Back to the Annex. Trial tells me the Forum made a rather momentous announcement, so there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after why me, I ask myself, why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use for fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off on and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. One more quest after this one is the goal. Ooh, the final days are upon us. Oh wait, never mind. Just a vision. It's fine, it's just a vision. We're good. False alarm. A visitor came knocking at your door. Who could it be? Alright. Who should I go with? Since Frank can decide on his end, I'll let Matt decide. It's You already know all these, K-Rat. I'll let Crash and Bash decide. Is Crash still there? LOL, no clue. It basically is whoever. It basically is whoever I pick. Who is Crash's favorite scion? Is it Alpino? Is it Alize? Is it Thancred? Is it Estola? Is it the Catboy? Is it Batman? Zelda's not an option. There's no lease, so... Hey, Rat's vote has been changed to Cat Mommy. Alright, Cat Mom it is.
You're still awake. Good. Might I trouble you to stand still for a moment? Nothing appears out of the ordinary. A precautionary measure. You will recall that serving as a vessel for abundant light in the First very nearly ended poorly. In your recent battle on the Moon, you were almost certainly exposed to similar, if not greater, forces. Fortunately, from what I can see, you and your ether are none the worse for wear. Would that Reen were here to confirm my assessment. To think you actually found yourself in a direct confrontation with Zodiac. As if Xenos gallivanting about in your body was not misfortune enough. Did you so grossly offend every single deity in a past life that they saw fit to place a curse upon your soul? Forgive me. That was in poor taste. I recall vividly how battered and broken it was in the depths of Amarant. Would that you could have seen it with your own eyes. Mayhap then you would understand why the greater part of me is glad you did not. It was a horror beyond description. Promise me you will be careful, that you will seek my counsel if you feel unwell. That puts my heart at ease, if only a touch. I suspect it will grow colder as the night wears on, so do be sure to stay warm. Sleep well, and may the shadows keep you.
What, the fractured soul of Azim? Yeah, we know that. That's revealed to us back in 5.3. A short while earlier, in the Alamegan Quarter.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. But to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Meanwhile, in Ishgard.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Well, Aaronville, you just hit the nail on the head. Alright. Last quest. Sky's aflame. Magnarmus, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Radzit Han. The others have assembled at the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Into the main hall. Ah, there you are. Otters. Our worst fears has come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact in Radzit Han. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, the very sky burns above them. Good job, gods. Are the final days already upon us? It would appear so, sadly. That is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Radzit Han are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed, Kryl. You'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Yeah, very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Let us make the first for Yedley Mad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. A Yedley Mad. There is a dungeon coming. You up for it, K-Rad, or you out?
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
After 2 days failure. Ah, this is just a dungeon, though.
Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. The sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. 3 dooms to unmake all we were.
sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
Final days are truly upon us. I don't know.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation?
Yeah, but we're eating after this quest.
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage.
Fury and rage.
No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Otters.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Otters. Otters. Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vritra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them, and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Dungeon unlocked. Alright. Let's do this. Vanaspati, third dungeon of the expansion. Yeah, might as well. Ah, 80 alms to the north. Ah, behind this rock. Yoink! Any more? Oh, that one's on top of the cliff. We can't get there yet. Alright. That one's like there. That because that's a quest for the There we go. And this. And there's the ether current. I went the wrong way. Could have gone that way, I guess? I don't know. There we go. And that one does not have an ether current, so leave that one alone. If there's one at the... Ooh, there is. Alright, let's go to the Great Work. Oh, shoot. Yep, this guy. The weather is apocalypse. It's apocalypse outside, guys. You teleported to Garlemald. Oh, did you already do this quest before? Oh, I gotta search for things. Alright, pillar can be painted. All hole in the floor. The claw. Back to the Great Work. Alright, 470 to the northeast. need 3. Four. Ah, there it is. All right, duty pop. Let's go. Let's go. We're going in. And a spotty. Oh, we got more Mr. Chewy items. He's returned with friends. Wrong button. Oh, shoot. No, button.
These are children of Stanley. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
And there we go. Anyway, that one. The one
If this is the only way.
So
I shall silence the beast, dear. Pray continue onward.
wreck them. Good use of Peloton there. It's too late for us all. He turned into a monster. Stand on the closed mouth. Ooh, the healer saved Kenji there. Okay, what do we got? Oh, shit. This way. He was gonna cleave the other side. Oh, it's one of these. I made it. All right, Tank Buster. Nice try. Oh, he's gonna cleave that side, and we got a closed mouth over here. There we go. Alright, big damage. Spread out. Alright, he's gotten us all with the confusion. But he's dead. Good DPS, guys. Good job.
What is this vile presence I sense?
What is it indeed?
The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Let's go. Alright, come with me, guys. Let's go. Oh, is this only a forced single pull? Yeah, it's a forced single pull. Alright. Yes, one cooldown will suffice then. Alright, we're down to 2, so single target attacks. This way. Mother? It's hopeless! Hopeless! She turned into a beast. Make it stop! And then they all turn into beasts. Hell. The whole family got turned into monsters together. Isn't that beautiful? Alright, down to 2 left. Let's go. Alright. And there we go. Kill them faster. We got it. Let's go. Great crew this time. Alright, if he absorbs fire, get in the water. If he absorbs water, don't get in the water. Alright, he is absorbing water. Don't go near the water. So stand right here and get pushed. We're not going to get pushed in the water. Ah, canceled. Alright, next time he's going to absorb fire. Alright, get in the water. Come on. Really? That didn't count? Alright. It's fine. I'm a tank. I can take it. Just defensive buff my way through it. Maybe one of these through the... Alright, he's doing water again. This is going to be the knockback. Do it. Alright, here comes the fire. And there we go. Next. Alright, plunging in. There we go. Perfectly adequate pull right there. Go ahead and do some more damage with this. Ah, you poisoned them all. Good job. Go. Alright, crossing the bridge. And there we go. A flying Mr. Chewy Bitems. This is going to be interesting. All right, let's go. Alright, you want to stand in the opposite of whatever the symbol is on your screen. If you got a circle, stand in a triangle. This time it'll be triangle, I bet. Let's see. Yep, so I'm gonna stand in a circle. Do it. Alright, what color is it? Which one is it this time? Alright, he's gonna knock us back and we want to land in circle. Avoid the meteors. You see the squares on the ground? That's your big hint to what to do. See how there's a hole? Like that. And I want this. Oh, shoot. Kenji's down. Oh, shit. Alright, which side do I want? I want this side. Oops. We're good. Alright, here we go again. Alright, we got circles, so we want to land on triangle. And he's down. Great job, everyone. Ah, he only died once there. The whole dungeon. That went great. And I'm gonna calm that healer if they don't leave. There we go. Got him. Got her. Them. Got him. Don't need. I'll just... Alright. Nailed it. Alright. Out we go. Ah, I got a commendation. Probably from the healer.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls,
naught remains. But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Nope. No saving.
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
Yeah, I might be able to do that.
The beasts
Second I turn this quest in.
their hunger insatiable.
It's literally just turning it into a Hawan.
Master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. The last thing you ever wanted, a link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you love.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Alright, let's go talk to Ahawan and turn this in, and we'll wrap up stream right there. Oh. Turning it in now. Our Radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. Alright, there we go. I wonder, can I attune to this yet? I know it wouldn't let me last time I was here. Let's go find out. Oh, temporarily disabled still. Alright. That's fine. Guess I'll just leave my character here for the next stream. Alright, catch you all later.